Hello everybody, welcome on in Mystery, welcome on in Rube, and anyone else who may be watching too. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we got probably halfway through the second case, which is not a murder case, conveniently enough. Things are heating up, and we're gonna have to see just how the poison entered Mr. Shamspear's drink. Or rather, how it entered his body. We need to see if it was even in the drink or not. Yeah. Hopefully y'all are doing very, very good, because I certainly am. I'm looking forward to this. My voice isn't, but, working on it. Murder. That sums up the reaction of everyone who had to deal with that mystery. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see where this goes. Not to mention, we still have the whole Miss Green thing we need to figure out, and also we need to figure out why why Susato was called back because of this case, because we still don't know. It's called a spear, it's called a dead sham spear. So true, Rube. You're still trucking along with these Rainbow Road ones. I really respect it. Also, fun fact, the newest Windows update killed OBS, or not OBS, Mix It Up, the bot I use. Thankfully I'm safe because I didn't update Windows, but oh boy, that's horrifying, to say the least. I know that there's only a matter of time until Windows forces the update. Wish me luck, chat. I mean, Windows is probably going to release an update to fix it too, but if that update had happened, then stream would have been in a very bad spot, to say the least. Can't believe it. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 26 months.
It's called a sub. It's called a resub.
Close enough. Oh, thank you so much for the 26 months, mystery. Enjoy your emotes. I'll have more soon, I hope. We'll have to see. I think I'm gonna need to find a different artist. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, Windows is they released an update that killed functionality, not just for Mix It Up, but a bunch of other stuff too. So they're probably gonna release an update to fix it, but who knows when that'll be, so I wouldn't really count on it. Let's just hope Windows doesn't force a restart in the middle of my stream. You think the record is broken? Do you feel like you heard this before? Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm quite the broken record. Gosh. But yeah, I don't have any big announcements or anything. Schedule was posted late because I couldn't figure out what to do on Saturday. I actually think I know now, but that'll just have to be a surprise for you all, because I'm keeping up the spooky month thing. Right, well, without much further ado, since we don't have any other big announcements or anything, I think it's time. We ball, chat. Right from where we left off. Episode 2, Investigation, Part 3. (22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Make a poorly edited version of the image with the game poorly written and schedule image in such a way that you can't even tell which game it is because how low quality it is. You know what? So true, Rube. That'd be the real horror. Trying to figure out how I managed to massacre that game's image that badly. Yeah, party. Appreciate you stopping on by, but don't feel bad about not staying around. Have a good time at work, because I assume you're probably at work. And regardless, again, thanks for stopping on by. Alright. Is that write it in Wingding's Morse code binary, and then I'll scramble the order and then do it again? That sounds about right. I think that would work out. Phew, we made it back in one piece. Just, to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruto-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Oh, and an anagram, too. You know what? So true, Rube. If it can run Doom, then it meets the standard for technology. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll hide the game by turning it into code to run Doom. What's the worst that could happen? Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him sitting in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. Does Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him? Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruto-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Nothing new to say. Unfortunate. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sasaki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san! He didn't poison anything! And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bartha as Londoners call it. You know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Yes, after Sasaki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasaki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. You tried doing the process, you just did try Fred and cannot fit the resultant links of a Twitch message, so you think that's a mission success. Oh, hell yeah. And the name of the game is longer than, 5 letters. I can, in fact, count that well. So, yeah, that sounds acceptable to me. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Sogi. Best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible instant just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Cosma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that is true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... yes, I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Alright. Sounds good, Rube. I approve of that. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean, this. We get first-person point of view of freaking Ryunosuke's arms? This is crazy. His katana. Never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. Point of view, you have arms. Unbelievable. You tried adding basic sports mix and you're 500 characters of the Discord message limit. Oh, that's glorious. Oh, that's so good. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Haruma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Haruma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here. But as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Processes bread anagram, base 64, Wingding's binary Morse code. Let me see this abomination. Oh my god. Oh, that is just a freaking block of text. That's crazy. So, we know that Saseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did poison get into Mr. Shakespeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shakespeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, that's what showed that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police, often. Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed in all black with a sword at my side. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband. Yes, I made up my mind that I'll carry them always. This symbol of who I am and the sword Karuma. Sada-san, what do you make of this? Ah, yes, the soap that we found at the ledge outside of Mr. Shakespeare's blocked-up window. Since we discovered him poisoned, I've been scared to wash my hands. I keep thinking the foul soap is going to be the end of me. Well, the soap's bad name was cleared in the end, wasn't it? I suppose so, but I'm still worried about it. I think it'd be safer to just never wash my hands again. I think you haven't thought that through. You will wash your hands, Naruto-san. You will. To just post an image like that with the name of the game this Saturday. I guess we'll have to see, Rue, but that is one hell of an amazingly convoluted process. Oh, come on in, Neko. Think you'd have added square roots into the formula? So true. Also digital roots. Your Honor, guilty. I agree. Shakespeare did it. Definitely. Unless you put coins in this meter, of course, it won't give you any gas. The British have some really chilling inventions, don't they? Sorry. Well, you could die on a cold winter's night if you weren't able to light your stove. I suppose in a way, one little coin could be the difference between life and death. Personally, I'd break the meter and find a way to light the stove somehow. Oh no, the meter might explode if you were to tamper with it, Naruto-san. The gas companies have it all buttoned up, don't they? San, what do you make of this? Oh dear, what indeed? Let me see. You don't know, really. It's fine, say so. I won't hold it against you. Your Honor, have you heard of ice that does... and then it just... defense? What are you blabbing about? Your Honor, League of Legends. Death. I agree. League of Legends deserves the death penalty. Still no idea what this is about. Anything else? Alright, doesn't look like there's anything else. Cause, cause of death mentioning your escape. So true. Have a good lurk, Rube. 22nd of February, Dome Suite. Oh, Runo and Susie, Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did! Ha 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 ha! Alright, sounds good, Rube. Sholmes' jump scare moment. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really, I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes. Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Anything new whatsoever. BLR is still up there. It doesn't look like there's anything new. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is in fact the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I shocked to which I never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Iris, we need to cook. Her lock white. I mean, that's basically what's happening, I'm sure. Alright. That's probably all we're gonna get. Oh, I believe you tried to eat some soap once, didn't you? True, yes. I had a theory that it may cleanse the inside of my... I can't read this with a straight face. True, yes. I had a theory that it may cleanse the inside of my digestive system, you see. Was it particularly dirty, do you think? Indeed it was, for I had mistakenly imbibed some ink at the time, assuming it to be coffee. I must cleanse at once, I thought to myself. Quite logically, of course. Only you could have had an anecdote about swallowing soap. Oh my god. If he wore a leg band and not an armband, his dogs would be barking. But, very good joke. Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Baron, Baroque Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would be surely that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts and never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end up bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. A sense of general loathing. Ryunosuke the Reaper. I mean, this reaping stuff all happened long before Ryunosuke came here. But I guess he did bring the Reaper back. Of all Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself. I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. You know something about it, do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Baron von Zeek chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Clearly that's Ryunosuke from another world. Oh no, parallel dimensions, parallel universes in my Ace Attorney. Probably not the craziest thing to even happen than them. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. But what is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! Yes, this tea is made out of tea. Only Sholmes would make a tea checker like that. Thank you for the stretch. And for the hydrate. I have done both, Mitri. I rated the totally not poison tea. Wait. I still have 30 minutes before the onset of symptoms. We're fine. It's wrong, not poisonous tea. Slight momentary collapse, but it's fine. I still live these. At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. You see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would all appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madame. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times! I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my official consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigation technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. You can feel it in your bones as if seared into your mind. The words seek a way out, solve these puzzles to cure your poison. No, these aren't the zero time dilemma flashbacks I'm meant to be having. No! So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake the research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes, as long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic tales in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic tales in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines, but you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye-bye, Susie. Casually watching spider build a web outside your window despite knowing their well will eventually be destroyed. They continue to build new one every day. Truly suspicious at work. Knowing their web will eventually be destroyed. Yeah, suspicious at work there, chat. Yeah, nothing new here. Twenty-second of February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward. What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I heard angry voices. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You're looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish you had died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my sham spear dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I'm returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exunt. He lost his accent, chat. Now we know things are bad. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. Live action Silk Song. Oh, what a view to get, Neko. And what's Dio doing here? This is Dio's long lost cousin, who should have stayed lost. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Nothing new. So are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Oh boy. (22nd of February). Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Ah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. It's up on ledge outside the window. Did you find it? Ah, we found it all right. And there's a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. But the identification section at the yard now, they're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Very impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. The way Sholmes just popped into existence. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked up window. Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks, set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Sato. If only you planned to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debates, yes? You're stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it's quite a discussion. Now, I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look at how dark the stain on floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out of the ice coins melted as established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shakespeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. This is gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas light's a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Miss Garrett had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. And fries are back on the menu. I love me my bottomless fries. And I wish Hewitt freaking Gregson would share. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Zeke's orders, yeah? Don't come back till you've got something for me. He says. Huh. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. I can't even go look over all that fire. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. Have you promised to don a beard and play the role of the judge? Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This, I have to see. Please, in the credit scene, let us see that. Please. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you doing over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talent in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? Oh, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shakespeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Here, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Right? How do I do that? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered it incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movement on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. What else is there? What have I not gassed up already? Okay, I can't do this. The soap is looking at me with one hollow 2-centimeter wide eye. How poetic, Mr. Naruhodo. All the literary references we've been hearing are starting to rub off, I think. Really? Whoever would have thought of using this expression to make coins of ice? It's clearly one of those ice coins that was in the soap when we first found it, wasn't it? Although, it was a sort of reddish color, I seem to remember. There we go. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed, so much that it is hard to make out any in one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. So, there's gotta be at least another one. Anywhere else? Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Ah, there's so many of them on the floor in this one spot. Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? Then nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Oh, we sprayed Mr. Sholm's amazing skin print to indicate it all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I'd say. Oh, hey, look, there's a board on the floor. I see. Imprint on floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place. Excellent work, Mrs. Sato. So what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside right this minute! It's my job to investigate that! No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy dog's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes! New bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Oh my god. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? We should wait until Gregson isn't around. I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly, only the wall. But there's something on the backside of the picture frame, I'm sure. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are, a print for you. Oh. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. Invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. I don't know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we are well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Why don't we get to learn? Okay, maybe we do. Alright then. Fair's fair. What? You did discover hiding place after all. Okay, Gregson's fine then. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some guided nut. There were 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Ah, what do you want to know? Newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. About a convict who got sick and died while he's serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headline down here in London as well. Bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense. Man by name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, no one knows where, and now he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell or such was the headline. Does it not strike you though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at Yard and see if I can turn anything up. Newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, the medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Interesting. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on left is Mr. Garydeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garydeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. I can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the Yard already knows the identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. God damn it, Sholmes. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. A photographic print found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. It showed landlord Mr. Garydeb together with a young man. Wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garydeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. And funnily enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man! Come on! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Nuthoddle. Anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Don't we all, Ryunosuke? Don't we all? Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. I don't get it as evidence now. Oh yeah, we need to feed the cat. Creature jump scare. Hello, Soseki. Soseki's child. Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, there's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. The creature has been satisfied. Couldn't be happier now, look. Let's hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Hi, creature. That is a cheeky little meow, guy. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Second of February, Briar Road. Nothing is here. I was half expecting Sholmes to be out here, honestly. Second, 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garridab's room. Mr. Garridab appeared to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back in later. Probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Garridab is out. Unfortunate. Twenty-second of February, local prison, cell 9. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is, Mr. Natsume. Hello. I'm a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is. Or Lock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. You think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no. This morning, proceedings in court proved that there is hope. Yes, locum tenens, Mr. Naruto Esquire, 1 brilliant, but... The Reaper's omnipresent, in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's something we should discuss? Oh, yes, we must. Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume? Oh yes, the sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland. It shows that the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it. Oh, I know exactly how you feel. Look to the Mr. Naruto Esquire. My Haramaki belly band! I don't feel right without it! Your Haramaki belly band? It's perfect for the cold English winters. Just the thing to keep my tummy warm. As I see the link. Almost. Alright, that's nothing new. Oh, what's this? A newspaper cutting that he found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. a convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. Oh, what? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Damn. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That sudden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse! What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. A man who died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? Only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice! But why is your room so cold? Probably because he doesn't put gas in there. The winters are too cold to bear without any heating overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. Carbon monoxide poisoning? Is that we're dealing with something like that? Oh boy. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shakespeare last night when he had mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms? Nothing new. Ms. Natsume, what do you know about this? There it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding down to the depths of despair! The pretty sickly psychotic saboteur! You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely. I made up my mind. Next time someone gives me soap as present, it's friendship finished firmly forever. I can't read these with straight face. Help me, Dad. I need your power. I don't know what happened that we can blame soap. I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Nothing new, damn. Oh wait, yeah, I already checked that out. Oops. No, it doesn't seem like there's anything else. Mr. Natsume, about this receipt. It occurs to me now that it was those... Okay, we have definitely seen that last time. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life! Locum Student Mr. Donald Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining teachers as we deduced, and they are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Sasaki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I felt focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shakespeare, what have I ever done to him? Don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. And you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such a cursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? There we go. But to ask Mr. Mr. Narthold Esquire that next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. I mean, anything you want here? Okay, no. He doesn't want that that soap. Nothing different here. "22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Debb's residence." Ah, you're here now, Mr. Gary Deb. Right, solid business it is for me, you know. Getting out here. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the blaze has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Dropped off at prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted boat today, eh? Oh, nothing new. Alright. Mr. Gardup, could I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. Afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with ya. Some other time then. You had nothing to say about the clipping. Ah, an Altamont gas meter, yes. Decent fireplace in here, of course, so no need for gas stove. But there's nothing better than gas lamp for reading in the bed, eh? Actually, Midnight Jimmy mentioned that gas supply to his room kept failing. Yes, that. Had the gas company look into it, but they couldn't find a thing wrong. Chap must have been imagining things. I don't think he was imagining it. The man woke up unable to breathe. Think it was put down ghosts at work or some such in the end. Place must be haunted. Reassuring. And to Gerda about this photographic print. Ah, yes, the scene. I thought the bally fellow was as dead as a doornail. Jolly welcome knew that he's alive for him in the room. For the room? What do you mean? Well, it matters, you know, when I come to let the room next time people ask. And there's a world of difference between room where someone died and room where someone nearly died. They sound awfully similar to me. Mr. Gerdup, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He's a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross? A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. So he's the one who died. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in the mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was sent in art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved it into the middle floor room about a year ago. After that, criminal sudden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, then but one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamp, see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bally collapsed because of the gas. Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. So must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all the work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that bally curse, that convict's curse. I've done my duty as landlord now. Not feeling defensive. Lodgings. Some fishy fella from Vice and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, that does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Think that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Heard the stories, have ya? rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there's that woman who dropped dead just outside the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Miss Shakespeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so with that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that, Sholmes. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Ha 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 ha! That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Thank you for the hydrate. And your stretch. I have done both, Mr. E. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. The estate agent find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. Don't think it's the ruined background he's keen so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. No, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask? Well, it's that Selden scoundrel as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shakespeare have some kind of connection, then? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some lady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered well for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor's room vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those crowds must be muffling your ear. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well. We have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Bridal. Oh, a Shakespeare that's to celebrate. Oh, gosh. But what I heard in court today sounds like the chap was thieving gas. Anyway, 3 months in arrears with rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn of literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is, left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mrs. Sato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. That lady didn't dress it, though. So no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Raj's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however. There's a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love for you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? The one who's plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside of this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sasaki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. Ha 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 ha! Still nothing to say on that. And still haven't missed anything here. "22nd of February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward." Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. I know there's an achievement coming up, I think, so I'm just gonna save here. Oh, one moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my thing together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I thought that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribed me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no. Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. There we go. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Cat, do you see the end of the envelope there? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at young women's private effects. Right, I should say peeking for a gentleman's effects only. You mustn't do that either. Maybe you, Miss Sasato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? Miss Green, about this. Could you just hold that there for a moment? Don't move. Sorry? No, the aesthetics are all wrong. Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected? You like soap. Miss Green, about this soap. I think I know what that is. It's that soap-shaped chocolate, isn't it? No, this is just normal soap. Well, normal poor quality soap. Oh, that was lucky. At least it wasn't a trick this time. A trick? I fell for it only the other day. It's soap-shaped chocolate, they said. Just one bite and I was foaming at the mouth. I passed out. It tasted so awful. Oh my. What is it about people recently that make them all eat soap? Oh my god. Is there perhaps something you might be able to tell me if I show you this photograph, Miss Green? Oh, is that a corpse? No, he's not dead. Of course, the night he had the poison. I still more or less dead here in my hospital bed. She's still in coma then, that's true. And then, just as I get on my feet again, that man keels over. There's a strange balance to life sometimes. No, really, Mr. Shakespeare isn't dead. Mouthwash is ready to combine London. Yeah, these are some weird cleansing principles they have. Like, why is eating soap so prevalent? I guess this is what they had before the mouthwash was invented. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Well, why is Danganronpa blood pouring out of there? Oh no, I'm so sorry the ball of medicine fell down when she did. Oh no, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. Must have been the wind. Damn, this hospital has some weird wind patterns. I'm sure that's what all of the other patients are thinking. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. The two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. That's what led him to Mr. Gary Debs. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks so desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. The ball fell off before Mr. Green collapsed. That was quite an earthquake. Whatever was in the bottle. Honey, maybe. Or treacle? Syrup? All three mixed together, even. But not total. You've been having a lot of very mean thoughts during this exchange. I'm disappointed in you. Sorry. Sato is actually just a mind reader. Mr. Duncan Ross, who would ever have thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough. Then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and outside her fiancé's former lodgings too. Fate can be very cruel sometimes. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes, I mean, thank you. When people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. He certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. But Naruto! Hi. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Well, Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what is this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? Oh my god, the rat! The rat drank it and is dead! Oh god. There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruto. So let's avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I know you can. That mouse seems to be dead, look. I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think. Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out onto the floor. Poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I'll attend to the mouse presently. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it into your lips again, wouldn't you? Taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please talk to us. Oh, shoot. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what could only be described as very tense atmosphere. Yes, may very well be related to whatever incident Miss Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Either the center's name or the address appeared to be written on the envelope of the card. I tried by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. And information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. I can't believe Miss Green found the grimace shake in a hospital ward. Oh. It seems like at this rate she invented it, Mystery, which I feel like I don't know if that's worse or not. This was really the Sector Zero of it all. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Wait, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were sad on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. She never got the info. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Gary Depp's house is on. That mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything before. Ten seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objections? No, none. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memory for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a closer shave with a bottle of poison. I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shakespeare, Mr. Gaydev's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. The Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot to lift the curse that gripped him. And Mr. Shulman said tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. To be continued. And with that, chat, I think that is good point to call for break. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15-ish minutes. That's usually how long it is while I'm waiting a match. We'll play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we're going to be continuing on to the trial. Investigation incomplete. It's time to figure out just who done it once and for all. Without any further ado, I'll see you all again very, very shortly for what is probably the conclusion of this trial. We'll have to see. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. This is it then, Mr. Nadhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. Can't believe you're gonna have to make a Soseki jump scare counter. It will hopefully stay at 1 from this point on. I hope. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Welcome to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow, you'll have to forgive me. It looks like he's busting out the metal pipes. He's so mad. Can you ride upon fat metal pipes? Go back, like 100 years, and he could probably do that, Yarub. You mustn't talk about your path leading to you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is, inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. You've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision, or reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? Thank you for the hydrate, Antonym. I have done as such. And of course, welcome on in. I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think, my dear fellows. You must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Holmes' unjump scare. Just remove one from the counter to compensate. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end. That's all! "23rd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here's the jury again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? We need to get going early today as well. All right. We'll do pipe request duty, Rube, and have a good rest of your night. Absolutely. Just will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days where my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord trust all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Deeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. For the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsume, is blameless. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as victim T was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. So he's basically saying, nah, screw that. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, was I, Shakespeare, did have a belly full of the foul food given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes? One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins in a tidy secret, didn't you? Should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death would be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. But there's no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have tested to that. But what the defense will assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamsphere? Barely, my liege. I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, did I use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus it is no surprise that poison would be not found in the tea that I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Right? Otherwise it'd be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. Disastrous if, you know, they haven't already built up a huge immunity to the poison. Cause then, you know, Natsume could have done the good old thing of poisoning both of them. And then it would have been fine. But also, his wasn't poisoned, and neither were, so, you know, I digress. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of vessel containing poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. Ugh. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamsphere, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Here we go.
Hold it!
I understand that you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or do I know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first three. Sound, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, for thou turned my hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Barely, and in truth, was a fine flavored brew. No drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamspeare, he seems even better form than he was in yesterday. Either that, or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine. At Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips, but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. Hold it! Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? Have witnessed the act and then drank the tea. Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right, no ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Mind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Hold it! But the government Natsume drink from was found completely empty at the scene. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poison cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fit of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly, 'twas after I had made the coin spice from his tea. Upset cup was found on table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that he found at scene. However, there was a tea line. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it was that occupied you after your guest had left in before you drank the tea. I think the one that we do there is the teacups, but we'll press him on these other ones first. Hold it! Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die. His life's only choice. Yes. Faith, to cheat would be the wise choice. And mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. 'Tis to say I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what's thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for Shamspeare dance. What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Miss Shakespeare, after the keys returned to his own lodgings, you used his seat to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
Hold it!
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until that time. Once ensnared by literary debate, naught else would be found in the furrows of the mind. Debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who's the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought a tepid be. Yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. It's been proven that there's no poison in Saseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today... It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. It must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. So many cardboards. Alright, so I think we bust out the teacups here, chat. Take that! You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this, ye darky clad fiend? The two key teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right, it's completely clean. Prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night, and he drank tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery.
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more time than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege. Now, you previously stated that you made the coins from the ice of leftover tea in the cute cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Oh boy. The fact that it vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did find you tea from Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot as my liege did suggest.
Objection.
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are you supposed to believe that?
Objection.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. In any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put in the victim's teacup only. Thank you for the stretch.
You know what? It's not the
There,
winning,
Dale.
is it? It's the taking part that counts, and
for
you're doing that.
And enjoy your bread there, Dill. If you can even hear. I don't know if you can, but I appreciate it all the same. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source. Wait, actually, I don't think we're at the initial one. No. Firstly, that poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coin that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. What does this mean then? You declared means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear that after I did dine at Grub's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. On what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as what's be called soup, and leaf as what's be called salad. As in salubrious a menu at the establishment where it was served. But you God will give us some thoughts to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, and ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Oh no. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord. Oh boy. Here we go. If I may speak, yes, Miss Foreman, I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the wife there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad said that if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He'd been leading us up the garden path, that's what he'd been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't just yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Oh boy. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How's this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. The trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Oh boy. Judicial finding. I'm a man of logic and mean, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Stuff it explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Just be told that my wife served me up is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Okay, so juror number 6, which is usually the one who has the least relevant to anything, is the only one to say anything actually concrete about this, right? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. Oh no, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt about that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned through gas. I only hope to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. The dude's just in the back. Alright, I'm a man of logic. Me and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. This Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. Only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in new light. Let's hope so. However, though, I need to find a way to off this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madame. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. And that unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It has made up as the price of gas. The stuff explodes and can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you'd like, I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah, you're right. I didn't consider that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Hey, worst ways to get a job. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune delivered around city and maintain the pipes. Can you please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. He's really buzzing now. All I've heard of our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses, collect money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed massive pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it's very nearly death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing in pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in pipes and it's a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I see. In other words, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that had no contract with your company flicker. We can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, the particular worker who came by my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, lights didn't just flicker, they went out! Along with the stove! Gas started pouring into the house! What a disaster! The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Your number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. So, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3. You'll amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house and then you're in real trouble.
Hold it!
When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it's possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. Not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. That's so. It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Naruto, I think perhaps. Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Should be told that my wife serves up to me is a little sketchy at times. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a few tidy times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It's god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. At least you didn't taste... at least you couldn't smell any almonds. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Move on, please. If nothing else past the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Again, basically the most reasonable basic statement. That mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning? Sorry. What's that now? Oh, I just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else that night. What the matter with you? Sorry? I said if nothing else past victims that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. For two other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It seemed that this elderly gentleman had been listening to proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is... he has selective hearing? Exactly. But still... Enjoy your bread, Antonym. This juror may well be the key to breakthrough that we so desperately need. Ugh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shakespeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not by Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruto, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh? Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Sasaki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client here any advice my assistant may be able to offer. No need, we've already done it. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's all that we start trying to change each other's minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like to your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruto. Alright, chat, it's time. Take that! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did in a manner of speaking pass victim's lips to the night in question. What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? See if there are any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is not strange and strained. That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been put on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp to your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Objection. Or not. Are they tasty than gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipe.
Objection!
There it is. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. Prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. Oh! Look at where it wasn't the painting, chat. It wasn't the painting that he put his hands up there for, it was the light! In order to have places lit to the pipes that feed it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
True, I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare had been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. They're not gonna accept this, just like in the previous game. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. I've got the jury's ear. I need to make this opportunity count. This is proof that time and time again, Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Take that! What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Council? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shakespeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. Found skin prints in many places that you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shakespeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are and you would find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare had regularly been standing with his hand to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? And as the court recalled your number 4's earlier statement. Me, what did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew it with too much force in his pipe, caused all the lights in gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident, however, the simple fact is... If Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard in his gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to... He's gonna be like, that's not valid evidence. Piss off, stupid learned Nipponese friend. Also, I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. But shows my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. Yep. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of useful evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ugh. Certainly, even research of this nature by this esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Hold it!
Please, my lord, if I may, Mr. Sato, it is not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Very well played, Sato. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow for that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Nearly there. What's the matter with you two? That is foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Just one more juror changes his or her mind. Ms. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue. After all, this is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shakespeare, you seem to be losing... Why, Mr. Shakespeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more turn, Mr. Naruto. You can do it! Very well. Continue, Council. Oh, boy. Okay, so those are dimmed. So... I must press him again. So we need to pit something else against him, probably. Wait a minute, hold on. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary, and if Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly said, we should pay no heed to unaccepted forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fella has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. You can't make your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make very valid points, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese courts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruto, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors will... that change their mind before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Is there any proof I can give? I kind of have to. Garradab's account might have been able to tell something about it. I don't know if I have any evidence, but we do have Mr. Garradab's account. I have a supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there's a witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything's linked. Further new testimony revealed details about Gas and Garradab since that night. Namely...
Take that!
Garradab? Well, Mr. Foreman, does that... No. Okay, so... I thought that would have been something, but... I mean, he did, but I guess I'd need to do a witness testimony. Oh, jeez. I mean, it would have to be his, but I don't even remember what his testimony was. Wait a minute. Of course. There's one other person in the Gyarados lodgings that has had weird stuff happen.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant. At the very beginning of the proceedings here in the court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Gosh, good golly. That Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there, what would he do that for? To get away with murder without being caught. Mr. Foreman, what is it, man? You cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. Due that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there's more to this case than meets the eye. Ugh. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. That 4 jurors leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense called for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and, in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspear. Yes, my lord, how can thy humble Shamspear serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during summation examination? So God meant me. I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either, or the lamp or the pipe. But your handprint have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed Detective Toy had no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of gas pipe feeding that lamp in Miss Chancellor's room to be examined. There are traces of poison in there.
Objection!
What appeared to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You'll recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes, therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Oh, I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is Oh boy. Use leaking gas to commit murder. Objection. Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Miss Shakespeare wanted to end the life of Soseki.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Gerdup, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. How outrageous! Talking, of course, about the defendant. So Shakespeare's been trying to end freaking Soseki's life for the longest time because of the room. Freaking Shakespeare wanted access to the room. Was that it? I think that's the deal. Oh god. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the grieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? Only logical conclusion is the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? Now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare's murderous design? You mean suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, is nevertheless a victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leaning against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So we must name that person out and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. Oh, God. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. Evidence the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. Could it have been Ardon? Because he would have been stalking him, right? But if we take into account this letter... We have this. Oh gosh, chat. Never mind, if the stuff on the floorboards wasn't actually... Prosecution called for the jury to consider their leadings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Huh? What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what... There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. And in the second-rate visual novels featuring the third-rate ultimate high school level detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? I think the belongings under the floorboard are olive greens.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare, I believe. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. Victim in a recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She's left comatose for 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. I hardly need to remind court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have been a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray what thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Eh? No, never heard of her. Judging by look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We'll see my learned Nepalese friend farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain in the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Damn. Oh, freaking boy. And I think with that, that's another good time to go on break, because I want to see this case through to the end, and we're probably going to be here a while, so I might as well take another one real quick since it's been about an hour. So, thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how long it is. While I'm waiting, match will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we will be finishing up the memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Bye-bye for now. 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Look up to the Mr. Naruto Esquire, and not look up judicial citizen to Mr. Mikotoba Esquire. Now, finally, at long last, it can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Locked Sholmes, may you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please save your duration. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. Oh, good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty of all its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others propose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. You didn't manage to. It was a laborious task as the bottle was nearly empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Cat weeball. That's right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. The bottle of poison, a bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Oh no, who is this? You're 9 who had the stern night slumber. Strychnine. Strychnine, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a poison. Just like 9 is in the Zero Escape game, so that's valid. Thank you for yet another cardboard pipe antonym. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in first place, Mr. Naruto. Make up your mind, Sada-san. Sada-san. For a second I thought she's reconsidering and was gonna be like, well, we'll both take it if we lose or something stupid like that. None on the inside. Ah, could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. I got it. The way he just wanders out of frame. Oh my god. Nothing better to watch that victory with than Strike 9. I agree, Mr. E. Get it? Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. You have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. You mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room? Man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at yard and dug up in the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital Offenders File, Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Investigative findings relate to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate, probably poison. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of the morning. Okay, that's this. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I rearranged everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure that things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Okay, yeah, we lost the newspaper. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Look up to it, Mr. Naruto Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. I don't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to! To be continued again. 23rd of February, 12:30 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we've heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, the new witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring in the witnesses. Bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court, please. William Samspear, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also, currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shamspear! My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. Possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes? You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said that I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And? Do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happened that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gerda household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspear's lodgings is the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no. Since 6 days ago, you mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear. Eh? But what happened 6 days ago had nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. This testimony, the evening of the 17th of February. It was 6 days ago now. About 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just on the outside of the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Yes, the second incident inside a week had what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspear? 'Twas the following morn, when I did awaken, that I learnt of the dire events. Marty, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine! And Sasaki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow when I suddenly stabbed in the back. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through with that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend, what's it called? Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been less grading term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she's there that evening. It must mean there's reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you like to tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? With the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. There's a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Von Seeks? Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glass of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just want to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's more plausible explanation. A specific reason why you had to go to that particular establishment, the note. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally does stand out. So Mr. Shakespeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment, I think. Appreciated, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. Find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shakespeare went there. We must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely. That is all on this matter, Counsel. I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. It's the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. There's nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What did that matter? This had nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Don't tell me, because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Eh? Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him? Even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green. Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, you have it upon your person. I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Miss Green's card, a note in an envelope that seemed to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contained instructions to meet with someone who claimed to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare and Miss Green. Envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as typed open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. You don't mean, were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto? Exactly, that's it! Try to match them up. I knew it! They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belonged with this card. A note in an envelope that seemed to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. Ripped up piece of an envelope that's found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. It fits perfectly with the envelope in Miss Green's possession. It's Duncan Ross! Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours? Exactly, so how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me back in here to court like this, honestly. At the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit. Well, I am, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. Good lady has yet to see the evidence, my learned Japanese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I'll point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Oh, Mr. Naruto, you pursued Mr. Shakespeare wonderfully there. Worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off really insightful objection somewhere. Well, As you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose.
Hold it!
I mean, I think we know what we put here. Mr. Shakespeare! Yes, sire! On the day in question, is it not the case that you visit the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hadst some purpose, speakest. Very well, I'll present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... Take that! I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shakespeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described on this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shakespeare? Is that how he learned about how he died? That's how he learned Duncan Ross died. Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? Tell you what, Miss Green. I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. Well, we already know what we're gonna do. We already know what we're gonna object with, but... I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end, I decided to go. You found out what the information was? Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Oh, Mr. Naruto, you pursued Mr. Shakespeare wonderfully there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Oh, wait. Objection! Your Honor, she's not entirely wrong, but she's not entirely right. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shakespeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Action in that afternoon followed the instruction in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As the torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room, so has it that it came to be in your possession. I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, that has what? You broke. I mean, that were in my room. What on earth do you want with me? Rasim, both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green. Yes. Whilst you had the court sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witness, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Witness testimony. The anomaly of the note. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, did I see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I've not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. That's true, Miss Green. How do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspear's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well then, the defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspear's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. It's not a pretty one. Oh boy. The anomaly of the note. I do wish we got new music for these, by the way, but at least the original is good. That's just something I noticed. Maybe we'll get new music in later trials. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily it's impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be twixt I knew him and knew him not, then 'twas with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claim, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, naught will have been the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. Though it is true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated. On the day therein I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that someone did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the slug and salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies! Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream. Come to taunt me! I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? After on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, did I see the note had vanished. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing in the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shakespeare's room. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dear me. What's Lord Von Zeke's getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I think that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's lodging.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? For the possessions under the floorboard? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
You don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted. Fee. This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic in my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, and poor woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days! Oh, the years! Alas, to align thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Nuthodle, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. It's clear that Mr. Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say. The outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Why would she sneak into the room? I have stretched, and I have hydrated. I did not mean back up there. The DVC plays to be continued. I swear to God, if there's another to be continued. I think it was for this photograph chat. I know I just saved, but I'm paranoid.
Objection!
It was not the paragraph, or it was not the photograph chat. You're turning into Nickelback asking everyone to look at this photograph. Oh God. Look at this photograph. That's vaguely how it goes, I think. Was it the loot?
Objection!
It wasn't the loot either. Oh God. Why else would she break in? Would it be to just poison the pipe? Is that it? Okay, so it was just poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Sir Sholm's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. Cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp to Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Can this be? You You broke into my room, too. It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me! Oh my gosh. Oh, order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. Objection! Never mind. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. I mean, he didn't have to do it daily or nightly. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would most likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. Of course, the following morning, there's more activity at Mr. Shakespeare's address. More activity? Yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. He had the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shakespeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. Intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. Trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe hadn't been put there in the victim's room for some 4 days earlier. Larry! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. Well, what plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes? In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room! Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive could be obvious. Is it? I mean, that's it with the serial killer, right? Maybe the loot? All tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. Revenge, actually. That's what it was. So that's what's behind all this. You'll share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took residence in lodgings at Mr. Garrideb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Of course, yes, I remember now. Young man they claimed was strangled by the victim, the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shakespeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean, Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shakespeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Mrs. Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shakespeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appeared that my fledgling learned friend had taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shakespeare ever wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. He wanted the loot. He wanted the room. That's what's going on. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruto, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it, smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rowdity of woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turnips and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There's something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now! It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, what's all this about? You inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you had gone such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. It's for the treasure. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shansbeard has tried and in one case succeeded to take life of 2 lodgers in a row. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shanspeare at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you can say can explain the motivation of Mr. Shanspeare's alleged crimes? The capital offenders file, page 1. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get hold of that? Selden. The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them, and the fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden, until that is he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. It just so happened that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which has yet remained to be found. Yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Don't tell me. You mean this key is... Mr. Shansbeard, was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you! A false charge! The name of the inmate who was written in with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. A simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot! So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shanspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, made immediate for Mr. Garrett to have lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shanspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. When he is successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use a ploy with gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shakespeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious, avaricious reason. Get your hand on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict! You... Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Time spear. Fine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shakespeare, it's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give it up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through, but he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I don't know if we're gonna need to present more evidence, chat. Oh no. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. Oh no. No! He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. What are you talking about, Naruto? My lord, as counsel, Bent would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. I feel like the only thing that it could be this photograph. I don't know exactly what. Oh my god. It's our last chance, so it had to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well, Council. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the Caesar Convict Hall? Not those two. Those are from the previous thing. I don't even know why you still have those. Can't be anything here, right? This probably wouldn't have any relevance. Could that photo have anything to do with it? I mean, putting it on the lamp. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We're gonna try this, I guess. Did my proposal...
Objection!
Okay, yeah, no, this ain't right. I have another idea. I don't want to see what his idea is. Handprints?
Take that!
Okay, there we go. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shakespeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. But as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful news discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? That's some kind of joke. You really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Hi, Sholmes. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Sherlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes, you don't know Lord Van Zieks then. Well, not say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? Call them skin prints, my lord. Oh. So I guess we use his technology then. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's a method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual had previously touched. Make an indicator solution, aka the key. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding, elementary. So now, Mr. Nodhodl. Yes? what I might use as sample to make the indicator solution this time. Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he's living in what was now Saseki-san's room. We need sample to help locate. Dude, that's it. In what form will the sample take? I think it's the key, right? We'll need something of Sutton's in order to create the indicator solution, find his loot. Something the convict owed happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Miss Green. Me? What is it? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belongs to Selden. There will be remnants of secretion from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. Then find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shakespeare! No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Whoa. Oh, shameful bear! Despair! Be thy name! I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with rent, for one thing. Mr. Gerda really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. I think he set up that confetti just for this moment. I imagine he set it up, imagining he could set off that confetti once he found the thing. Like, he would go up, he would find the loot, and then he would set it off like, yes, I finally got it, my dear friend Selden. And then it just, you know, had to go off here because that moment was never gonna come. So, close enough, really. You know, sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. Couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Ah. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's a convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Right then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Oh my goodness. Welcome on in, Raiders from Citrus Things, who is playing Hollow Knight Silk Song. For those who don't know, I'm Wheatley, a variety streamer, who's currently playing through the Great Ace Tourney the Great Ace Tourney 2, Resolve. I do hope that you had a very, very good Hollow Knight stream. And thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, Citrus Things? I will ask to avoid spoilers because I haven't gotten around to the game yet, and I do intend to at some point, but any non-spoiler thoughts are very much welcome. And sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. I almost said soap. To be fair, everyone's eating soap in this case. It doesn't really matter. Good exploring, couple fights beaten. Alright, one which seems important. Ooh, so you're making good story progress too. Sounds like a very, very good time. And a very successful session then. Very happy to hear. How are you liking Silksong overall? That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean... Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. Very nice, kind of which Pokemon didn't come out until you could get through it. Yeah. This year just had so many massive heavy hitters for just about everyone. You know, Deltarune, Claire Expedition 33, Hades 2, and now Silksong. It's been a super, super chaotic year. I don't blame you for that at all. Because, again, we have Pokemon tomorrow as well. Actually, I think Pokemon's gone live now. Maybe. I don't remember. Something like that. I do hope you can get through Silksong in a timely but enjoyable manner. Unless you're going to put that on side for Pokemon, which is also very understandable. Either way, it's time zone based. I mean, well, yeah, like... Is it live now, is the thing. Okay, it's live now, so it's not... It came out, you know, Wednesday for me, but for some people, Thursday. Alright, that makes sense. Yeah, it is live. Seems like people are enjoying it. And I hope you enjoy it when you get around to it. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talking about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Mere poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare. Its global release, but Sirby said it came out in Australia. Interesting. So, global release, asterisk. Because even though it's a global release, sometimes copies will go live a little earlier or later. Not entirely sure why, but that's not all too surprising, I suppose. For me, I guess it's been out for a couple hours now. And then I wrote to him this little note. Time zones, man. Yep. Hi, Thunder. Time zones are, in fact, an experience to deal with. That's why I always mention time zones at the end of my stream, because you never know where people are and what kind of time zones they have to deal with. Hopefully you're doing well, Thunder. Enjoy your bread. Pretty sure Nintendo just makes their own wait for their own midnight. I don't know about that. I mean, in the past they haven't. Let me check actually. I'm curious now. I hope stream doesn't die when I look this up. Wait, no, it is a pre-order still. Huh. Okay. And you'll already spoiled the end of the game on YouTube? Of course, people speedran that. That is genuinely miserable. Professor Gaming, you bet, is one. I'm sure Professor Gaming managed to spoil the game, like, before it even released. Yeah. By the way, go check out Thunder. She's a great streamer, and we'll be streaming Pokemon Legends EA tomorrow. Or today, depending on your time zone. Yeah, maybe it is a weird thing in that regard. Because, yeah, like, it should be out for me, but it still says pre-order. Not that I was planning on getting the game myself personally, but still. don't know your anime as fast as you realize what you are potentially seeing. I mean, that's the right thing to do. The fact that you don't know is proof that you managed to dodge at least most spoilers. Mixelli has already had what you assume is 100% on YouTube. What? What's the point in it? Why even play the game then? Why spend $60, $70 on a game at that point if you're just gonna be done with it before it's even done? Oh my god. I hate that. The game did leak early. Even then, like, come on. Slow down and appreciate it. I know people do it for the content grind and all of that, but also, like, it ain't worth it. Like, that'd be if I just went through all of these games, just not pressing anything unless absolutely necessary, just following a guide and going through it to try to get through as fast as possible. Like, what would be the point? It's like someone beating, I think I remember hearing about someone beat Danganronpa V3 in like within 12 hours of the game's release, which is very fast. It is not a short game. It is not a short game. That still stuck with me. Reviews have been decent, thankfully. That is really, really promising to hear. Hopefully it at least runs better than Scarlet and Violet. Thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate. Imagine the internet without cloud chasing. It would be so much better, Citrus. It would be so much better. Seriously, cloud chasing is just a blight. They are better than Scarlet and Violet. That is really nice to hear. You're still waiting for the chronic issue in Pokemon Gate where they address one issue at the expense of another. I mean, who knows? If they had more time to cook, then maybe it's alright. Maybe. Although it's Game Freak and really Pokemon brand as a whole, it's hard to say. Pokemon fans just deserve better games. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where this gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe, at the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and that the culprit would get his just desserts. There's the full confession. Also, battle focus game. Yeah, I could tell. I think it'll be an interesting direction to take this spin-off. I hope it ends up paying off and they do really good in that regard. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward." Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Yes. One I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Yes. In Japan, another way, in Japan, the word for, well, the country is Nihon. And then another way of saying it, usually a more formal way, is Nippon. So he's saying Nipponese as, it's a slur. He hates Japanese people. That's the main thing. Welcome on in, Franziska von Karma. Been a while. And yeah, Thunder, we're still trying to learn just what Von Zeke's problem is. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. This problem is different from the wine glass one, somehow. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Von Zeeks is one, weird character. Green looks like the kid from Shrek who said, "Do the roar!" Oh my gosh. She does. Oh, that's crazy. Oh. And I like to believe that it's a blessing that Mr. Chancellor didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. This is Otaki Natsume. Yes, my lord. Court declared that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Da, 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 da. Wrong ace. Court is adjourned. There we have it, chat. You just redeemed your GameStop code? Adamant Koraidon. Hope that's good. I don't know. It depends on if Koraidon is a physical or special attacker. Koraidon feels like physical attacker, but that's purely based on, you know, nothing of actual substance, because I haven't looked into competitive Scarlet and Violet too much. It came with all physical moves? Yep, then that is about all you could want. Okay, yeah, Koraidon's the physical one. That makes sense. I'm glad I vibe checked it correctly. It wants Adamant or Jolly, because Jolly is lower down in special attack and then up in speed, if I recall correctly. Not at this time, Von Karma, but I'm sure the comparison can be pretty easily made by anyone curious. I forgot to read the thing out. Hold on. 23rd of February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Dependent Antechamber. Oh, yes. Yes, at last. Divine justice totally done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No! This had nothing to do with my mustache! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Look up to it, Mr. Naruto Esquire! Once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. Hope the IVs are good, because you don't think you can re-roll. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can always buff them, I think, with super training or whatever it is. With bottle caps? Something like that. Regardless, thanks for the lurk. Have a good one, Citrus. And, I hope you enjoy Pokemon. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived a life through friendly books. Oops. Oh. Okay. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. Truly does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learnt here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. I will, in a way, be literature, or it will, in a way, be literature. You can always hype train. What do you want me to do with this info? I think they're Thunder meant hyper train. The IVs thing. Yeah. the hyper train. Oh no. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go like, yeah, give me a hype train and I'll hyper train all of my Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet or something like that. That is not an actual proposal, but it'd be for a fun challenge. Wait, for every hype train level that I get, I will hyper train a box of Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. That would be funny. There will be Pokemon themed Twitch badges start tomorrow. Wait, really? Okay, that's cool that we're getting Pokemon themed ones. I mean, it makes sense like with the Silk Song one, but still. I hope many people are able to take advantage of that. And I look forward to seeing all the badges that are available. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it! Aww. That was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial. On the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. What is it? 24th of February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room. Bachelor Chikorita, Tepig, Totodile obtainable on different days. Oh gosh, how do you get them? A Tepig one could be fun. Not Oshawott, but it's still Gen 5. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just 1 day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? By the way, Thunder, you did great. I'll just say now, with your preparations, you did fantastic. Everyone's gonna love it, love what you've done. Gracie's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorously might be humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let us examine the late burglar's hall. What could possibly be in here? What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though. Look at the gemstones in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Have you noticed the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? I hadn't noticed that. I feel like I've seen that before. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? Me and Iris? Same wavelength. That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? Oh, the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this onto you. It could be valuable evidence after all, and must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot! Hand it over now! I never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, would they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. You look very pleased, Iris. Thank you, Wheatbot. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use at the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
Oh no.
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
The Crystal Tower. Oh, what a freaking cliffhanger. No. Episode 3, Return of the Great Departed Soul. And there we have it, chat. The ending of Case 2 of this game. Oh boy, things are heating up. But unfortunately, it's there where I must say, thank you all so much for watching. It's, cause, we've been going on for a while. Nearly 5.5 hours. Was it worth it? Absolutely. However, we won't be able to continue this tonight. That will have to be reserved for 1 week from now, next Thursday, when I'm going to be continuing this game, as I will be streaming it every single Wednesday until completion. Thank you for the cardboard pipe. Yeah, I've had only cardboards for like this entire stream, except for right at the start. I can't believe this. Wait, bot, you need to go look back to our deposit, see what all the pipe ratios are, make sure they're correct. But yeah, I'm loving this game so far. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like insane, but it is doing a very good job at setting up mysteries. We just have to hope it really succeeds in paying them off. Dum dum da! Oh, that's how it feels, Thunder. That's how it feels. Oh gosh, this is so intense. This game has such big freaking hooks. And I'm looking forward to seeing just what ends up happening, because we still haven't seen why he was barred, why he lost his a license, because apparently Naruto lost his license to practice in the courtroom, but who knows, I guess. We'll just have to find that out next time, just like how Chisato knew about the Hound of the Baskervilles, even though she shouldn't have, and what that emblem means that looks very familiar to both me and Iris. What all of that is, I don't know. So many questions. So many. Of course, I'll be live again this upcoming Friday with more Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. We are right near the end of my stream series. Just have challenges left. Just have challenges and that's it. then we'll finally be able to call ourselves the Mario plus Rabbids champions until the second game. Oh boy. And of course this Saturday, we will of course be doing a surprise spooky stream game. Actually, it's not gonna be all that spooky, but it's gonna be appropriately. So I think it works out. Got this? Thank you, Thunder. I need that. Cause who knows how tough these are gonna get. Otherwise, I don't have much else to say. I think we're just gonna find someone to raid out to. Let's just see who I... When was the last time I raided this person? Over a month ago, it seemed. I think they might be the play. Maybe? Wait, when was the last time I raided? Yeah, okay. We're gonna raid out to this person because it's been a hot second. We're gonna raid the one and only Stampy Coolcraft, who is currently playing Zenless Zone Zero, which apparently got an update recently. So, we should go check her out to see what she's been up to. Of course, we can do that with the lovely, lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever, because, you know, time zones are silly. We've learned that from our earlier discussion. Still can't believe that Pokemon wasn't a true global release, but you know what? Oh well, Nintendo. Oh well. And without any further ado, have a good time, y'all. Whatever that time might be. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye!